Check 1 2，是舒服的切下 turn， 写屏幕前的明月光，在事物上头也上。您或许在找说作难是狗上，不会的。是越辛苦就越精神，求太阳大人快点亮。是金色，一个是眼前之知，你幻想的天使，把蝴蝶结摘下来抛向夜空，献给流星皮皮子。墨迹啊墨迹，或许能倒映出我们的特性。拜托，还不能睁眼，等到我更完美时。原谅我青涩的手，软弱笨拙，画不出谁期许。就算狼狈，也别停下朝着最小的奇迹。
Hello everyone. I'm just gonna fix the... Yes, there we go. Okay. I moved chat. I'm gonna make this a little bigger. There we go. That looks good. How are people doing? Today I want to watch a specific video. Yes, this one. It appeared in my feed and I was like, seems interesting. Interesting that I guess we're specifying female social dynamics because we are female. Oh yes, I forgot to move my mic over, of course. Now I can sound like the mic is in my mouth. Kind of, except I have it set to 2 decibels lower than it should be. Everyone is watching the World Cup? What's the World Cup? Like soccer? Imran sent this one to me. The stream or the female social dynamics video? Yeah. I'm not sure if anybody watched it, but let's see. I won't stagger us for too long. Okay, no more music. Let's get that out of here.
Let's talk about why female social dynamics genuinely...
Now, gain sounds high and a bit blown out. Did you go back to old mic settings? I don't think so. I don't think I changed anything. It shouldn't sound high because, let me see. Right-click properties. Wait, no. Right-click filters. Everything here is the same. How do I do this? Edit advanced audio properties. It's still set to -2 decibels, yeah. I wonder if it's plugged in properly. Yep. Okay. I don't know what's up. I guess I'll re-listen to myself later. Oh, this person also has some other videos in the sidebar. Let's look at this. Why privy privilege is a curse when you're autistic. Ways I can tell someone is a high masking autistic. Autistic women are terrified of neurotypical women because they can't engage in small talk. Autistic dating differences explained. Who is this person? Is this like a psychologist? Probably not. Why I shouldn't have to ask doesn't work for autistic people. True. Yeah. Some autistic people are just that dense, I guess. Okay, it's not too bad if you found loud, it sounds blown out a bit, otherwise good. You shouldn't stream in the goblin cave. I have no choice. Spike dot. Okay. As an expert autist, I will move the mic away 1 or 2 inches. 5 underrated autistic love languages. No! Oh no. Oh no, this is gonna be bad. Oh boy. I wanna watch that one afterwards if this is short. Oh, okay. Intro and disclaimer.
It terrifies me as an autistic woman. Before I get into today's video, I just want to make a very quick but sincere disclaimer because I am genuinely so scared of how people are going to react, specifically women. Like, women scare me. You guys have no idea how much women scare me. And I think that's just a testament to how
she's not like other girls. Aren't there only 5 love languages anyway? Technically. Yeah, it's physical touch, verbal affirmation. They're all stupid. It's not real. Oh, quality time, gift giving, and then shoot, there's one more. What's the last one? Yeah, the framing is weird. What Warhammer figurines?
traumatizing socializing could feel as an autistic woman. The patterns of behavior and socialization that I'm going to be deconstructing in today's video is not going to apply to every woman out there. And obviously, it's going to get more complex and intricate as we start to talk about different cultures, as we start to talk about different gender identities, gender presentations.
Oh, this is new. Look, ask YouTube. That's cool. Oh, also, let me move this away like this. And then, there we go. Excellent. Oh, acts of service! Oh, I'm so silly.
All that kind of stuff. And obviously, because I'm generalizing in a sense, I'm not going to be able to get into all those little intricacies. But just know that just because I'm not getting into those intricacies doesn't mean that I'm ignorant to those intricacies existing, you know? Even though I'm talking about these are behaviors that women tend to exhibit, and this is how it tends to affect autistic women, it doesn't mean that men can't exhibit these behaviors. It doesn't mean that these behaviors can't affect men. And it doesn't mean that if you don't perfectly fit within the confines of what I'm describing, it doesn't apply to you and it can't apply to you. Obviously,
I feel like this is an inherent problem with her starting off with a reductionist project. Like, she doesn't have to inherently reduce it down to being an autistic woman and being scared of women as an autistic woman. She can just talk about certain social dynamics that she doesn't like, or that she struggled with as an autistic person without reducing it in that way. Like, she doesn't have to assign it to a particular group. And if she wasn't going to do that, then there probably wouldn't be this reactionary element that she's anticipating from her audience.
Every situation is going to be a little bit different, but like I said in my last video, I'm taking a concept and I'm trying to deconstruct it, and I'm trying to present that concept to you guys.
Also, the way she says deconstruct reminds me of Brittany Simon, and it's giving me Vietnam War flashbacks.
The only way I could do this is by generalizing to a certain extent.
Brittany Simon is always like, capitalism bad, men bad, let's deconstruct!
Because if I don't do that, this video would be hours long if I were to divulge every little detail within this system into its subcategories of how it could branch off in all these different ways. Like, it's just not possible. Unless I'm writing a book with multiple chapters, unless I'm making a documentary, like, I can't get into every little nitty-gritty detail. So I understand I'm going to be generalizing. I understand that not all women are going to be like this. Although I'm going to be speaking on the harms of those behaviors, I understand that those behaviors are born from oppressive systems existing.
Yes, Spiked Out, that's the Brittany Simon experience. Ow to the ears. Also, she just said that the reason that women behave in ways that she doesn't like is due to patriarchy, which is interesting. That remains to be seen.
And I also understand that those same behaviors of survival are oftentimes very, very harmful for certain types of people, oftentimes marginalized people. I understand the nuance of all that, okay? I don't want people to think that just because I'm clearly naming harmful behaviors that a lot of women and groups of women can exhibit, it means that I'm not understanding of why those behaviors exist in the first place. It doesn't mean I'm demonizing these women who are like this. I'm just trying to map out a system and how it affects every person involved within the system. This is the journey of deconstruction. This is the journey of understanding how our oppressive systems actually impact us as humans, our behaviors, our copes, and how these aren't just ambiguous behaviors that we adopt. They have very clear reasons and causations, and so therefore they have very real effects on people who don't know how.
Wait, this has 140k views. That's a lot. And work one-to-one with me, Calendly, Self-Embark, Consulting, I'm guessing, Patreon. Okay. So she's like a self-help person. I'm curious what her credentials are. But I might be asking too much.
How to properly exist within those systems. And so I hope this disclaimer covered everything about what I wanted to say before I get into today's video. As you can see, I'm very anxious, right? Anytime I make a video deconstructing behaviors of women and how we're socialized, I always get really, really intensely negative responses. The only video I've ever made where I had to turn comments off was when I was trying to talk about fashion and its correlation to neurodivergence versus neurotypicals. And when women on the internet got a hold of that, they were just so mean. I just have fears that the same thing is going to happen with this video.
When women on the internet got a hold of this one.
I hope it doesn't, because I think this conversation is so important to have. And I really want to believe that people are going to listen to this video and listen to what I have to say with good faith and not be immediately defensive and want to start fights and whatnot. I hope that people are going to have really, really necessary and nuanced conversations with this topic, because it's going to have to do with the deconstruction of gender roles, patriarchy, all that kind of stuff. And honestly, ableism as a subcategory of all this. I don't know. I don't know how it's going to go. I hope this disclaimer does help somewhat in allowing people to better understand where I'm coming from so that they won't misunderstand me. But then again, usually people who are already committed to misunderstanding me don't really care to actually listen to these disclaimers, which is the irony of all this. But I at least wanted to do my due diligence in putting this disclaimer out there and explaining where I'm coming from. But yes, with that being said, let's just dive into this video. Let's have this important discussion and let's deconstruct together.
Just texted my friend if they wanted to go
Guys, stop using words we don't understand.
to lunch, and they said sure. Oh, I didn't know that you wanted to sever ties with me. Oh, I didn't know that I was a hideous beast and you hated me. I didn't know that.
Wait, sorry,
It's okay. I'll just
Deconstruct together.
Just texted my friend if they wanted to go to lunch, and they said sure. Oh, I didn't know that you wanted to sever ties with me. Oh, I didn't know that I was a hideous beast and you hated me. I didn't know that. It's okay. I'll just block your number. You've probably already blocked mine. You probably fucking hate me. You probably have a voodoo doll and you just keep fucking poking it.
Oh, have you watched any good shows recently?
Yeah, actually, I just finished up Severance. The finale was insane.
Oh yeah, I heard that one was good. What toppings did you get?
I got M&Ms.
Oh, just M&Ms.
Yeah, mini M&Ms.
Cool. Did you want to know what toppings I got?
As an autistic woman, engaging in group dynamics with other women has honestly been one of the most terrifying.
Yeah, before she gets into this, I don't think these are female behaviors. I don't know. Maybe they are. Like being agreeable instead of, or being nice to somebody who you actually hate. It's silly. Let me rewind 5 seconds. Like I see what the point is with the second one, that people will answer questions, autistic people will answer questions, and then they don't ask about the other person's thing. I had no idea that was what was going on until she goes, "Did you want to know what toppings I got?" Yeah, that doesn't seem like a female behavior to me at all. Like I've had men be upset at me because I don't ask them things after they ask me things. Specifically my dad. Who is probably neurotypical. Who knows?
Did you want to know what toppings I got?
As an autistic woman, engaging in group dynamics with other women has honestly been one of the most terrifying social experiences of my life. Because so much of female socialization relies on covert communication. There's this entire invisible relational network operating underneath the surface at all times. Everyone is subtly tracking each other emotionally, socially, relationally. People are keeping track of who affirmed who reciprocated, who mirrored who correctly, who is aligned, who is safe, who is a threat, who belongs, and who doesn't. And as an autistic woman, I often feel like everyone else got the manual except me. Now, one of the biggest behaviors.
Well, she wouldn't feel this way if she was in a community of autistic people, which is curious to me. There's like this typology of or this type of like autistic or queer person that I've met that is able to blend in with like normies. And it seems like this is the situation here. If she wasn't able to fit in, then she would be isolated among with all the other autistic people around her, because autism isn't that uncommon. Um, it's not like she's the only autistic person in um in her area. Uh, but the fact is that she's able to play into these dynamics, and it's just difficult for her. Now, there's always some bit of not resentment, but like suspicion, I guess, that I've had towards this type of person, because they've never been like genuinely mistreated because they're able to fit in. Um, yeah, the main character of autism. It's silly because like I mean, these people fit more in with neurotypicals than they do with neurodivergent people because of um their cultural differences. Like they'll be into the popular shows and the popular stuff. Um Even if they're nerdy, they'll like read book talk shit, for example. Um and then these people will be like, yeah, I have so much trauma from living in a neurotypical world. And it's like, yeah, you didn't have to live there if you're autistic. Instead, you joined the people that were busy like bullying us.
That women within group dynamics exhibit that genuinely scares me is the giving to get dynamic. This is basically when women perform care, and it's not necessarily because they want to, although it can come from genuine care, but the primary.
What if you're autistic and your special interest is masking? That sounds like like the plot of the thing that Emma Yatsen wrote.
Reason for them performing care is to actually get their own needs met by you. Usually this behavior is born from women not being able to directly communicate when they have a need. And so the only way to get a need met is to first do it for another person, because now that person is obligated to do the same thing back for you in the name of reciprocity.
So how many siblings did you say you had?
I have two. I have two brothers.
Oh my gosh, that must have been so fun growing up with two brothers.
And so this becomes an issue when women end up overextending themselves and offering love and care to other people when they genuinely don't want to and aren't capable of it. How often do we hear women guilting other people, whether it's their own children, family, friends, partners? I do this for you. I sacrifice this for you. Why can't you just do this back for me? I do so much for you guys and I never get what I need back. You guys don't even care. We hear this all the time.
I really don't know what she's talking about. It's very anecdotal, I guess. Like, it would be helpful to have sources here, I guess.
Time. And it's because
there's so many studies on sex difference. And like the differences between the sexes and social behavior. I bet I could look this up. Yeah, these are review articles, but what is she talking about? I need to know like terms, like specific phenomena. That's kind of a problem with the Googles. Let's look at this. I am human. Aggression helping nonverbal behavior in various aspects of interaction. That's interesting. In task-oriented groups. In general, these findings are consistent with the social role theory of sex differences, which emphasizes the causal impact of gender roles, that is, of people's beliefs about the behavior that is appropriate for each sex. To move beyond the demonstration of consistency between... Okay. Social reciprocity. Yeah, I'll look that up. Sex differences, social reciprocity. In the sex differences in the expression of emotion. Sex differences in friendship expectations. That sounds like it could be it. Actually, hold on. Let me just click on the PDF. There we go. Abstract. Friendship expectations are prescriptive normative behaviors and highly valued qualities of sex. Friendship expectations were higher for females in 3 of 4 categories: symmetrical reciprocity, or loyalty, genuineness, communion, self-disclosure, intimacy, solidarity, mutual activities and companionship, but agency, physical fitness, status, was higher in males. Okay. Overall expectations in symmetrical reciprocity showed smaller effect sizes, and medium effect sizes for communion favoring females and for agency favoring males support predictions of evolutionary theory. Not the Evo Psych. When is this from? 2010. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, this is some evidence that the thing that she's talking about is true, that females want more reciprocity in self-disclosure. So basically, both people are allowed to self-disclose at equal rates or equal amounts. So there is evidence of this. She just doesn't cite anything, which is silly because this took me literally like a minute or two, and a bit of help from August.
Women are fundamentally socialized to not ask other people to meet a certain need we have, right? We're not taught that our needs are valid to begin with, let alone being able to ask for it confidently and assertively is also not going to be taken well by others. And so this is why a lot of women end up self-sacrificing and over-giving, not out of genuine love and care, but out of simply needing to get their own needs met. And this is also why a lot of women also harbor a deep sense of resentment when people in their lives are not reciprocating love and care back to them.
What toppings did you get?
Is this not true of everyone? Sorry, I'm reading the comments. I take it as they don't care, so this is about men, I'm guessing. Like, I didn't realize I was interviewing you. I'm an open book, and it's all blank pages. They're not interested, that's why they don't ask questions. Move on immediately, stop trying to teach them your time is valuable. This is why the 3 strikes rule exists. 3 questions asked and no questions returned means you're out.
I got M&Ms.
Oh, just M&Ms?
Yeah, mini M&Ms.
Cool. Did you want to know what toppings I got?
And this becomes an issue for people like me who take things.
Let me see what August said. I'm not sure how much I trust a study to capture the nuances of specific social dynamics like this. Like, you can get mathematical modeling of mean differences across very broad populations. I'm not sure what your point is because this isn't a nuance. I'm saying that there's evidence that people want to self-disclose equally. Or there's an expectation that their friend partner should disclose as much or as little as the subject does. it's a subjective rating. And I think expectations are relevant here because we're not necessarily, I mean, what people actually do in their friendships is a little bit less relevant than what women are looking for in a friendship, because the hypothetical will apply to um, uh, I forgot what I was saying. Um, it's more general, basically. Individual social dynamics will all be a little bit different. Um, you might have a friend who doesn't talk about themselves very much, but they still are able to achieve a sense of closeness throughout another way. But you still have that expectation that most of your friends are going to self-disclose a lot. Yeah, something like that. So her point is that women will take care of others in order to take care of themselves by sort of like creating a debt that people need to fulfill. And obviously this doesn't work, which is why I think we got so many negative comments on the previous thing. And I can see why she's upset about this, because this is a mistake that autistic people would make. And autistic people and men would make. And she's not doing it for like sexist reasons or because she's disinterested in the person. She's just expecting people to talk about themselves without being prompted to. Okay, wait, I have a lot of DMs. I'll be back in a second. Okay. And okay. We're good now.
Literally as a default. There's been so many.
I got one from Sunday. He was suggesting that I cover King Critical's response to Sunday and Ali Gunter, which is interesting, I guess. I kind of don't want King Critical to be aware of my existence, but if other people are aware, that's, I guess, fine. I also don't want to get a bunch of transphobic comments, because it's not something that's going to happen to Sunday because he's a cis dude, but I feel like as a trans person talking about trans stuff, you're just opening yourself up to a bunch of hate.
Many times throughout my life where a woman will compliment me, for example. I will just say thank you, right? And I won't necessarily return the compliment back, because to me, it's just like, I see it as you noticing something and wanting to compliment me, and I'm going to receive that compliment, that gesture.
Richard the Renegade. That has a ring to it. I was thinking that we could cover the King Critical thing on the GSL, though. That might be better. Although I used to have a transphobia essay in the works, so I could talk about that potentially. The only problem with Fausto Sterling is that she doesn't talk about trans people, except for she dedicates like a paragraph to it, and that's it. Which is fine. I mean, she's mostly writing about this from a perspective of like cis hetero, or maybe like cis lesbian feminism, which is a little bit of a shame, but it's a product of its time. And there are some points in the last chapter that are especially relevant, like how children will struggle to recognize the sexes of naked children, but will have no problem identifying children that are dressed in a dress or in have with short hair. Mm. That's a point that shows that social markers of gender rather than rather than social markers of sex are more important or more fundamental to the human understanding of gender.
Sure.
Which makes sense because you don't look at people's genitals very often. If you
And,
see
like,
a
actually
woman
sink
that passes as a woman and happens to have a penis, like you're gonna have no idea what 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 her genitals are like, and therefore you're just gonna see her as a woman. Sex differentiation is taught. It's a type of gendering, like Butler says. Yes, it is.
and appreciate it. And so in moments where I'm not returning a compliment back, it will pretty immediately be interpreted as me actively rejecting this person and their needs. And it makes a lot of sense, right? Because if someone's complimenting you because they genuinely want to, they're not going to interpret you saying thank you as rejection, right? But if someone is complimenting you specifically for you to compliment them back and you don't compliment them back, of course they're going to interpret your lack of complimenting them back as you actively rejecting them. And
Maybe I'm autistic, but why would you compliment somebody to get a compliment back? Isn't the strat to go, oh, look at this necklace that I got. It's a new one. Or like, I'm really happy with this necklace that I'm wearing right now. And then the person next to you is like, oh yes, I observe it with my eyeballs and I see that that is a pretty necklace. I like your necklace. And then the person who's fishing for compliments is like, yes, I have forced you to look at it. Thank you for looking at it. This, like, complimenting somebody to get a compliment back doesn't make any sense to me. What if they give you a compliment that you don't like? You have to draw the person's attention to the thing that you want complimented.
not liking them. Does that make sense? And obviously, as an autistic person, I'm not going to know why you're doing something to me. I'm not going to interpret the underlying meaning behind it. And this is why I think over time, I've grown to be very weary and almost skeptical and cynical of the love, care, and connection that women offer me, because I never really know how genuine it is or whether or not this woman is only saying or doing certain things because it's expected, it's normal, or they need something from me. But also,
that's crazy. This is crazy. I can't trust women giving me love because I don't know if they mean it. This is like this reminds me of how men will have anxiety about women faking orgasms. It's a very like I'm not like other women perspective. It's weird.
So they're going to hold it against me when I'm not going to immediately jump into doing the same things back for them, right? It's like, am I a dog? Just because you throw a treat at me doesn't mean that I now owe you something, right? If you want something, ask me, and I can figure out whether or not I'm willing to do it for you. It should be that simple, but I understand that women aren't socialized to be able to ask for things. So in a sense, I understand where this harmful behavior comes from, but at the same time, it has really profound harmful effects.
Yeah, this does sound like Imran discourse. Where am I Imran at? Sometimes people expect reciprocity, whether they compliment for that purpose is hard to judge. Sometimes people just want to feel there's mutual interest. That's so frivolous and silly.
On a lot of people, relationally speaking, because it doesn't.
She does sound like she's on the verge of a
within
breakdown.
relationship.
Like, let me Hope you guys zoom in for a second. Look at her eyes. She looks like she's been crying.
Dynamics. All of a sudden, if you're not immediately ready to reciprocate something back to someone, it means that you don't care. It means that you're selfish and all of these things. When it
You know what? I'm gonna hit Imran up. Where my Imran at? Question mark.
in reality, you have to call it spade for spade. You're using your love.
Okay, that's the way that I put it. Women may unconsciously go around doing things for people, racking up debt that they think others now owe them. Still weird that she's attributing this to women, but we're beating a dead horse here.
As a tool to get your needs met from another person by forcing that love and care onto them and now making them obligated to do the same thing back for you. It's just not okay. That's very transactional. That's very enmeshed. It's just not healthy, you know? And what makes all of this even
Evidence for this? I mean, it doesn't sound healthy, but she doesn't, like, just mechanistically, but well, I mean, she needs to explain how all of this works and that all of this is true, and she hasn't done any of this.
been more difficult to deal with is women's propensity to avoid conflict. So this is what's so interesting about our society is that I feel like women are more widely socialized to create intimate relationship dynamics compared to men. Again, I know I'm generalizing here. Men can relate to the women can relate to the men, everything in between. You can relate to both, whatever it is, okay? But stereotypically speaking, women are socialized to have more intimate relationships. And so we're connecting with each other more intimately, but at the same time, that is the very reason why a lot of women don't feel comfortable being more confrontational and direct with each other, because we see confrontation as an act of betrayal, right?
No, the reason we fear confrontation is because we're weaker and we're afraid that people are gonna grab us like this and then go like over the knee. Ironically, the way she's looking at this dynamic seems to also fall into misunderstanding social dynamics, seeing a wanting of reciprocity, covert social call for compliments. Yeah, I could see that. I'm not super familiar with this, as a fellow autist, but I don't know if she's misunderstanding it. What I do know is that she could very well be misunderstanding it because she's not providing any sources. The least she could do is look at neurotypicals and their like accounts, their explanations of why they behave in certain ways. This is why we need Imran here. We need the neurotypical whisperer.
An overt signal of I don't support you and I don't love you and I don't agree with you. This creates a very unhealthy dynamic.
You're familiar with this discourse around men who don't ask questions, okay? Yeah, that makes sense. Do you also not really ask questions from the people that you're interested in?
Because on one hand, you have all of these very covert, invisible expectations that people are constantly holding you accountable to and holding themselves accountable to. And they're oftentimes scorekeeping with everyone involved. But at the same time, you could go through multiple situations of offending someone, hurting someone, and yet they never bring it up with you. They never talk about it. They never confront you because they don't want to seem like they're too much. They don't want to seem like they're bringing up issue, causing problems. They don't want to come off as too sensitive. They don't want to confront you and make you feel bad because that would make you feel like they don't care about.
Except it's just like phrased in different ways. Like instead of, "Ooh, I'm scared of conflict," that's like, I don't want to make it I'm nonchalant. I don't want to make it a whole thing. It doesn't have to be a whole thing, you know, whatever.
About you. And so women will oftentimes keep things to themselves, even though underneath the surface, there's bubbling resentment of unmet needs and frustration that they would actually want to talk about and resolve, but they don't. Because of this, you don't know that there is an issue until it's too late, right? And when I say too late, what that usually looks like is women will just ghost you out of nowhere, right? Whether you're dating a woman, whether you're friends with a woman, whether you're family with a woman, they will just disappear out of nowhere and you don't even know what happened. And then oftentimes when you do talk to them about it, the conversations at that point, not even helpful. It's not about conflict resolution. It's just about accusing you and it's about letting out the resentment because at that point, they already identify you as a bad person because that's what it takes for them to walk away from you or to finally communicate their issues with you. And there's just something deeply wrong about that, where women feel like the only way to justify their frustration, their resentment is to definitively label someone as a bad person in order to finally say, how could you have done this? How could you have missed this? How could you have made this mistake again and again? Those days where I talked to you less, how could you have not seen that there was an issue there and the issue was this and you should have done this in order to resolve the issue? I shouldn't have brought it up to you. You should have saw the signs and the signals. You should have known.
How has he not noticed that I'm mad at him?
Like, I've do this when I'm unmedicated and in psychosis. I don't know if it's a neurotypical thing to be this uncommunicative. It seems like kind of a mental illness thing, if my experience is anything to go off of.
I haven't
But
talked
yes, TikTok is the source of the century.
20 minutes.
I hear it all the time, whether it's relationship, friendship, or whatever, this overarching theme of they should have known, you should have known. And I vehemently, as an autistic woman, as an autistic...
She says a big word, she's like, vehemently. And then what was the other one? It started with an E. Oh, no, it was intricacies. Oh, God.
Human detest...
You have a camera, you can edit this out. You can say intricacies, intricacies. And then just keep the one that sounds good.
That concept of you should have known. And of course, to a certain extent, right? If you have already had an in-depth conversation with the person about certain expectations and needs, then yes, it would make sense that you're frustrated that someone...
I agree, August. Honestly, like, it makes so much sense that autistic people are less good at communication. Like, I know that we live in a neurotypical world where, like, the people gathering data and the people who are quantifying communication are actually autistic, neurotypical, so therefore they take neurodivergent ways of communication that are, like, overly straightforward as being bad communication. I understand that, but also from my own experience, I feel like autistic people they just don't get things. They don't know how to read between the lines at all in a way that's difficult to navigate, even for neurodivergent people. Like people who are very autistic, as opposed to people who are able to socialize with neurotypicals, at least a little bit.
Continuously doesn't do something that you've discussed or pick up on signs that you already explained to them, right? That's a different story. What I'm talking about is
The thing is that I don't know. I think that autistic people also need to be socialized, not necessarily in a way that's neurotypical. Like they don't need to necessarily be socialized in public school. They could be socialized in some sort of like they could be socialized at work, or they could be socialized in some sort of like alternative community. Figuring out the rules there with people who are like able to give them some individualized attention and teach them how to act. Oftentimes that's what friendship is for. It's to people who aren't the best at communicating and being people, deciding that they're going to tolerate each other's inadequacies. But oftentimes autistic people don't have this because we live in a world that socializes people neurotypically, and autistic people don't have the resources to be socialized in a way that works for them.
is a person who never, ever confronts another person about issues.
There's actually a lot of women who genuinely think others should know things without an explicit conversation, aka I shouldn't have to tell you. Okay, that's very vague. Very suspicious. You don't think neurotypicals are good at communication either? Yeah, that's fair. I think everybody can improve too. People who are really good at communication, probably kinksters, nobody else.
And expectations. There's never a discussion about it, and yet they are convinced that everyone should have known, that other people should have known, despite no conversation being had. That is the behavior I am vehemently detesting as an autistic person. Because
Vehemently detesting. She doesn't know the words. It's so.
Because I genuinely do not think you should expect another person to know when you're hurt, to know when you have a certain need, a certain expectation, unless you have already talked to them about it directly and given them a chance to show you whether or not they're able to implement that knowledge into the relationship. And a lot of female dynamics are born from them genuinely thinking it's a reasonable expectation that other people should know what they should and shouldn't do, say and shouldn't say, without an overt, explicit conversation about it. Because women are taught to be agreeable, to not complain, to not directly express their needs, to avoid overt confrontation, instead of directly telling you.
Something else I noticed is that she's doing she's like essentializing women, but she's doing it in a social constructivist way, which I think is kind of interesting. Like she's getting around the thing that she's reducing women down to biology by saying that women are taught to be this way. But she's still doing the thing where she's like, women are predetermined to be this way because because of the way that she's speaking about it as if it's inevitable, that they're going to exhibit these toxic traits.
there's an issue, many women will continue smiling at you. They'll continue acting friendly toward you, all while resentment is actually quietly building underneath the surface. And so when the day finally comes where they suddenly ghost you, they cut you off, they turn cold, you're left sitting there trying to reverse engineer what happened. Was it my tone? Was it my body language? Was it something I forgot to say? Was it something I said too bluntly? Did I not text back fast enough? Did I fail to emotionally mirror them correctly? Did I unknowingly violate some sort of invisible social contract? And
Alex, do you care to expand on that? I can sort of see what you're saying, but I'd like to hear more. Because she hasn't really talked about the subjects, or as in other words, her own symptoms. She just says that she doesn't understand what women are doing, or she's just talking about what women are like. She's not talking about her own perspective as much. So I didn't read it any particular way what she's talking about herself.
because nobody explicitly tells you what happened, you end up trapped in this cycle of hypervigilance and self-analysis. This is why so many autistic people, when dealing with these sorts of relational dynamics, we end up just ruminating on what could have went wrong, what did we do wrong, and we end up just picking ourselves apart for probably hundreds of reasons that don't even matter, but it's because we don't know what happened that we have to just keep looking for what went.
Okay, this also doesn't feel like an autism thing at all. Like, this feels like something that people ask about any sort of unsuccessful relationship. Like, I can think of probably like a million pop songs that have this story. Like, I don't know what I did wrong. Like, come back to me. And then they name something silly.
Wrong. Think about it. You know, if there's any neurotypical non-autistic person watching this, when you're non-autistic, you could generally understand, okay, I see why this person's frustrated with me, or I could see why this falling out happened. I did this, or I failed to do this. But as an autistic person, you could genuinely be so lost as to what you could have said or did wrong, how you could have failed. And so from our point of view, you could be doing the most trying to maintain a relationship, and then out of nowhere, someone disappears, or out of nowhere, someone doesn't like you anymore. And then you're immediately faced with the consequence without even knowing that the consequence was coming. And so there's nothing you could have done to prevent it. And then there's nothing you could do to make up for it. And there's nothing you could do to learn from it moving forward. And so you're constantly scared that a consequence is going to happen. And you're going to fail somehow because you inherently are wrong and you inherently are a failure. It doesn't make you feel good about yourself. It just doesn't. So
yeah, I don't disagree with the fact that this problem is tough. I just feel like the way that we deal with responsibility here is a little complicated. Like, we're not holding the person responsible for we're not holding people responsible for the initial like bad thing that she did in order to put off the friend, because she doesn't know that that's the wrong thing that she did. But also, sorry, I keep getting distracted by chat. What was I saying? But also, we're not holding her responsible for being unaware in a way. But we're also saying like she couldn't have done anything, so we're trying to restore responsibility to her. And I kind of have a problem with this. Like, it feels like we're taking away the agency from the autistic subject in a way. Like, is there really nothing that the autistic person can do in order to help themselves in this situation? It's Imran! He's here. We're talking about autistic and neurotypical people. Okay, I'm gonna read chat now. I've had this happen a few times from men and women. I don't remember what we were talking about. Traditional culture preservation says the fundamental source of our male-female problems is Western gender roles. All the crap the Red Pillars claim is biologically hardwired and evolutionary is completely modern and Western. None of our stories about male nature and female nature replicate in Native American tribes in South America, for instance. Yeah. Okay. For example, the story that men are always the pursuers because of their higher male sex drive is moronic when you look at Grand Checo tribes like Ao Rio, where women customarily pursue men. Yeah, that's very interesting. It also goes against like Western narratives at a certain point, like in ancient Greece, where men were the rational ones who had to dissuade women from trying to have sex with them and like trying to seduce men. Women were seen as the horny ones because they're of the body, of the flesh. Okay. Just now she used therapy speak to describe an overfixation on social cues and mannerisms as a symptom of autism. But that also could just be anxiety around social settings and not a lack of skill. Yeah, Imran is an autistic person whose special interest is being neurotypical. Okay. Next, we're going to talk about enmeshment. And we have some women drinking iced matcha lattes.
Another thing about female dynamics that genuinely scares me is how much we're socialized.
Yeah, let's take a selfie with our iced matcha lattes. We're so woman. Hashtag woman.
To enmesh with each other. Now, for those of you who may not know what enmeshment means, it is basically a relationship pattern where emotional boundaries are so blurred that individuals lose their sense of self. This is
completely irrelevant.
Very, very, very prominent within female dynamics. Enmeshment is so deeply ingrained in how women tend to bond with other people. I am you, you are me. There's nothing I say or do that you wouldn't say or do, and
there's no way this is true. There's no way this is true, right? Okay. Alex says there's a massive misunderstanding about what the autism spectrum is. People think it is a spectrum of OCD/depression and anxiety ADD, not the spectrum of mild, moderate, severe. Well, my understanding was that the spectrum is the fact that there's different clusters of symptoms that people have, from sensory issues to social issues to like depression, anxiety, and mild, moderate, severe is more of like an outdated term. But spectrum does seem to imply mild, moderate, severe. Like a spectrum is linear, as far as I know.
therefore you shouldn't say or do things that I wouldn't, right? There's this constant need to like be as similar to each other and assimilated to each other as possible. I remember a lot of my female friends.
This is crazy.
Friends would change what they were wearing or looking like depending on what I was choosing to wear and look like. Little things like if I was going out with—
This is crazy.
a friend, she would call me ahead of time and ask me, what are you wearing? What is your makeup gonna look like? What are you gonna do with your hair? And little things like that made me feel—
Yeah, let me check real quick. Okay, yeah. It's linear. It's the entire range over which the measurable property of a physical system or phenomenon. Not this one. A measurable range. A measurable range implies linearity. I can't speak in the perspective of a woman, but it seems to me that the existence of a pressure to assimilate means assimilation is not total/absolute. That there's a crucial retention of self. For a person with autism, the two spectrum run parallel, but the OCD/DNP/ADD does not diagnose the person with autism. Yes, that's true. These are separate conditions. Mild moderate is not outdated, just medical. I mean outdated in the sense that advocates don't like it.
Really suffocated because it's like, I don't want you to change yourself to match me, right? And that was deeply ingrained in a lot of my female friendships throughout my life, is just this need to be exactly like each other. And you don't have space to be your own person or be autonomous without it directly triggering your female friend. For example, if I tell my female friend, I want to put some time and effort into learning American Sign Language, right? Instead of her taking curiosity over this interest of mine, immediately she starts picking herself apart. Oh my God, I feel like I'm so lazy. I feel like during my free time, all I do is rest and eat and sleep. And I feel like I should probably start learning something new too. Oh, I'm so useless. Either that, or she'll start being defensive, right? Oh, I just feel like I work all the time and I don't even have free time. And whatever free time I have, I feel like all I could do is just rest and nap and do chores. I don't have as much free time as you to learn a language.
This is just comparing
it's like this
yourself to
weird
other
thing
people.
where instead of
This
seeing
isn't
you
an
as your own
enmeshment.
person, she sees you as a measuring tool for herself.
Yeah, a measuring tool for yourself is completely different from viewing yourself as the same person as you. Imran says, in other words, it sounds like there's a pressure to represent an assimilation that doesn't actually happen. The appearance of a natural or subconscious matching that's actually intentional. Yeah, in a way, like twins are supposed to look the same, but they're supposed to be like two of them, so they're like one, but not actually one. That type of thing, maybe.
And so now you're given the responsibility of needing to reassure her of her existence. Oh, you're doing fine. You don't have to learn ASL if you don't want to. You could nap on your free time if you want to. Or you have to do emotional labor for her when she's defensive and telling you that she doesn't have free time to learn something new. And you have to be like, okay, yeah, you don't have to learn something new if you don't want to. Or you have to downplay yourself to make herself feel better. That's even worse, where you have to be like, oh yeah, I do have all this free time and I may as well do something useful with it, because otherwise I would have nothing to do with myself. I'm not as busy as you. You're doing a lot more important stuff than I am. Like, we see it all the time. And if you don't do any of that emotional labor for her, if you don't reassure her, she...
Hold on, guys. I gotta feed my cat. Okay, I return. let's keep going.
She will just hate you even more. And all of that is born from you just simply existing and being yourself. And that sense of self is just fundamentally different than who she is. That's how deeply enmeshment runs within female dynamics, where your own...
Except it's not enmeshment because people are being separate from each other while comparing themselves to each other, which is also a male thing because males will be competitive with each other.
Own autonomous existence, your own unique human traits are seen as a direct threat to another person's existence or an affirmation to their existence or a signal for them to orient themselves towards in order to justify their existence. I also think that women are often socialized to weaponize social and relational systems because historically those systems were one of the few forms of power women had access to. So social alliances, reputation, inclusion, exclusion, emotional perception, and group consensus becomes incredibly powerful tools. And unfortunately, marginalized women often become the easiest targets within those systems, especially autistic women, because autistic women often don't perform the expected social rituals correctly. We may not flatter correctly, we may not emotionally mirror correctly, we may not socially rank correctly, we may not participate in gossip correctly, we may not understand alliance building correctly, and if you don't understand the rules of the system, you become incredibly vulnerable inside it. And I also think that the consequences of this gets amplified when you are a woman yourself and you are conventionally attractive, because when other women see...
No! She's doing the pretty privilege is a curse when you're autistic thing. I think the idea is that, like, people will pay more attention to you, and then they realize that you're fucked up. So they're like, ugh. But honestly, what happens is that people will just like excuse your weirdness if you're hot. Pretty privilege is not a curse if you're autistic. That's crazy shit. Crazy talk. Absolutely bonkers. As somebody who was ugly once, and then experienced pretty privilege.
That you are also a woman, they expect you to know about those social contracts and be operating within those social contracts. And so they're going to be harder on you when you miss certain signals. They don't think, oh, this person might have just missed a signal. They will oftentimes judge, oh, Irene purposefully didn't reciprocate me or mirror me because she doesn't want to, because she isn't an ally, things like that. Whereas let's say a woman judging a man, she might be more forgiving, like, oh, men just don't know, whatever. Again, I'm generalizing, but women tend to be a lot harder on other women than they are of men when it comes to these sort of invisible...
I feel like that's the first solid point she's made. Maybe that's silly of me. But I feel like the fact that women are more forgiving with women makes sense. Because people will essentialize and they'll be like, I don't understand these people that are from another planet, whether it's Mars or Venus, respectively.
Social contracts and rules. And I think conventionally attractive women end up being targeted more because people oftentimes assumes that attractive women are socially aware, strategic, intentional, and socially skilled. So if you're autistic, attractive, and quiet, the trifecta, people will often project motives onto you that aren't even real. Your silence gets interpreted as arrogance. Your awkwardness gets interpreted as manipulation. Your independence gets interpreted as superiority. And your social withdrawal gets interpreted as judgment. I don't know about you guys, and I don't want to admit that I am conventionally attractive because I don't think
you
about
do.
attractiveness in that way. But I'm at least aware enough to know that a lot of people would look at me and find me conventionally attractive. And as a conventionally attractive
this is so
autistic
cringe.
woman, I
Stop.
can guarantee you that I have been misinterpreted to be all of those things continuously throughout my life. People see me as arrogant when I'm just quiet. People see me as being manipulative when I'm just awkward. People see me as someone who thinks she's superior to everyone when I am just independent. People see me as being judgmental when I am just more introverted and keep to myself. People end up assuming that there must be some sort of hidden intention behind your behavior because they cannot comprehend that someone who looks socially valuable could genuinely struggle socially. And yes, I understand.
Sister, Sister, come here, Grosha. Goodness. She's leaving. Fine. Anyway, this is ridiculous. It doesn't merit a response. I have to say, she doesn't know what the halo effect is, does she? Everybody knows what the halo effect is.
Saying this out loud sounds very animalistic and primal, and a lot of people would think it's not that serious. And
the other problem that I have is that there's like zero accountability taken here. She's like, oh, it's everybody else's problem that everybody sees me as manipulative and arrogant and having a superiority complex. It's definitely not because I am condescending or I am manipulative in a particular way. Like, it's crazy to me that she hasn't admitted a single weakness in all of this so far, besides being autistic, which is being marginalized. Therefore, it's above criticism.
And in many ways, I want to say, yeah, it's not that serious, but I have been on the receiving end of these dynamics way too often to just brush it off as a comical movie of mean girls being mean girls. But the way that women play these weird social games is actually very, very intricate, and it is that serious and scary. This is how a lot of targeted people end up losing jobs, losing community, losing support system, losing access to things because
Let's listen to that again.
losing support system, losing access to things because
losing access to things. We're also losing access to our communes. We're losing access to our mutual aid. We're losing access to our trucks that we use to ship weapons to the front lines. We're losing access to what else is performatively leftist? We're losing access to our Twitters, because they get hacked or they get DDoSed. Anyway.
As the social wave can be turned against them and things like that. And honestly, I think a lot of autistic women become deeply traumatized by female group dynamics because we spend years accidentally violating invisible.
She says female group dynamics, but everything that she's mentioned has been a one-on-one thing, which is weird.
Rules we did not even know existed. You start realizing that warmth isn't always safe, care isn't always unconditional, niceness doesn't always mean honesty, and belonging can disappear overnight. Eventually, you become hyper aware of how quickly groups can collectively turn on someone once they've unconsciously been categorized as the outsider. And so at this point in my life, when I am meeting people and building.
Yeah, you grow up, you become more mature, and you understand how groups work. That sounds normal to me. It doesn't sound like a trauma response.
Relationships with
Like,
them.
what are these hyper vigilant, like, ugh. What are these hyper vigilant behaviors that she's talking about? What do autistic people do too much?
There's a few things that I have to look out for, especially because I'm a woman, I'm autistic, and I am conventionally attractive. I have to be very weary.
I'm autistic. I'm a woman. I'm conventionally attractive. These are the selectors that I use when I build my Tinder profile.
Of the types of people I'm surrounding myself with, because if I am not weary of that, I will end up fostering
That's
relationship
not what weary means.
dynamics with people that are going to be very, very, very draining because they have expectations of me and because I won't have space to be myself without triggering other people. And so the things that I look out for is how much of myself
Spike, don't I think you consciously crave tuna?
can I be
I
without
think you crave it viscerally, carnally, with all of your being. Unconsciously, subconsciously, consciously, carnally. Yes.
it triggering other people, right? Can they just let me be myself without having to feel insecure with themselves or without becoming defensive or needing to bring me down or needing me to bring myself down in order to make them feel better?
We should get tuna flavored ice cream.
Or needing me to consistently make them feel good about themselves just because they feel bad that I am myself, right? I don't want to sign up for that sort of exchange. It is exhausting. I end up becoming a source of regulation for a person and I didn't even sign up for it, right? Let alone I'm not capable of it. Like I have a lot of things I have to do for myself to exist within systems that already inherently don't support me. And so I need every bit of energy I have to simply exist. I cannot expend extra.
Okay, this is disgusting. Let's go watch a different video. What was the one that I wanted to watch? Autistic love languages. Yeah. The fact that you felt the need of doing 5 minutes of disclaimer out of fear is more telling than the rest of the video. Ah yes, my monthly moment where I ask myself again, am I autistic? Yes, this is exactly who you want to tell you that you're autistic. Why did you like this? As an autistic woman who grew up being bullied by my neurotypical sisters, girl me too. Ah, don't. A compliment should not be reciprocated. That defeats the purpose of a compliment and makes the act of complimenting a transaction. People have just made it a cheap social entryway, and it's infuriating. Comma. Oh no. This person has a gotcha life profile picture, so they're a child. Oh look, it's me in my own recommended. Okay. The neuroscience of autistic justice. Oh boy. This looks like it's gonna have sources. Let's look at this. In today's video, I'll be exploring some of my own theories of autism and morality via neuroscience. I hope you guys can follow along and keep up, winky face. Let this be a stimulating thought exercise at the very least and a fulfilling philosophical exploration at most. These thoughts and theories were inspired by this video.
Did you know that there's a region of your brain called the insular cortex that not only activates in the context of disgusting sensory things like smells, but also moral assessments? My name is Dr. Maylise. I have my PhD in neuroscience and a bachelor's degree in evolutionary biology. Let's talk about how sensory information shapes behaviors and beliefs. So why would a region of our brain activate both in the case of disgusting smells, but also behaviors that we find morally repulsive? That's because this brain region has evolved for millions of years, and it does so in part to keep us alive. The insular cortex can be activated by something like the smell or taste of rancid food, which automatically triggers a gag
She's already said this 3
or
times.
for a mammal to spit up that food. That's an evolutionarily useful thing. However, human beings as we know ourselves today have only invented morality as a construct for about tens of thousands of years. That's not enough time for the brain to evolve a separate region to process moral disgust. And some studies suggest that these insular cortex neurons or brain cells cannot distinguish between something that is disgusting to our senses or morally disgusting. Here are a few studies to show you just how complicated this can get, especially in the way that we treat and perceive each other. There was a study by Olatunji et al. In which they asked research participants to come in and they placed their hands in either icy water, which is uncomfortable, or imitation vomit, which is objectively hilarious and gross. And they asked the research participants to judge moral offenses, some of which were mild, like JQ lied to a friend, and some of which were more severe, like AP beat somebody unconscious. And the researchers found that for people who had their hand in imitation vomit, they were more likely to be selectively punitive, meaning that they were able to give harsher perceptions.
This is true with cleaning spray too. It's pretty funny. Yeah. It does so to keep us alive. That's not how evolution works, yeah. It kept us alive, therefore it evolved.
Of harm, even for those mild.
What do you want, kitty? Huh? What are you mowing at me for? Ugh. Children.
Mild offenses. Even more fascinating is the fact that many of these research participants always say that they have total control and free will over all of their choices, even though they're subconsciously being primed to think about things in a more negative way. I even found this study by Adams et al., in which participants were put into a smelly room and then asked about their conservative ideas about gay marriage. And when people were put in a smelly room, they were more likely to endorse conservative views about gay marriage.
How interesting was that? How stimulating was that, y'all? Okay.
Stimulating.
So, based off of this video, it made me wonder.
How did they determine brain activation? fMRI is the normal method, but it's severely limited. I would guess fMRI too. Or EEG. The thing that insular cortex is like pretty far in the brain though, so we normally only use EEG for like cortical measurements. Probably fMRI.
If sensory information shapes our behaviors and beliefs, then what happens to neurodivergent folks who have brains that are wired to respond to sensory information a lot differently than neurotypical people? Because if the region of our brain that processes sensory information is the region of our brain that shapes our behaviors and beliefs, then if you are a neurodivergent person who is sensitive to sensory stimuli, who processes sensory information differently, it makes sense to me that neurodivergent folks will have a different response to behaviors than an average person. And then that basically made me think, is this why neurodivergent people, specifically autistic folks, have such a strong need for justice?
No, that's not why. The most likely theory for of sensory processing differences in autistic people is the lack of synaptic pruning. So the way that works is we have, first of all, we don't have a single area of the brain that's dedicated to sensory processing. That's ridiculous. Same with our beliefs, yes. And then we have neurons that, when they aren't used throughout our development, they get removed in a process called pruning. And with autistic people, this is measured and pretty well studied, in that pruning occurs less in autistic people, and it's likely that this is what causes autistic people's difficulty in filtering out distracting or irrelevant sensory inputs, and also getting overwhelmed by sensory input. This has nothing to do with justice or, in fact, what we see as black and white thinking, which is traits, or a certain like thought pattern that are identified in other aspects of autistic thinking. It doesn't just apply to morality; it also applies to how we think of our friends, for example, like splitting in BPD, where we see people as either morally bad or morally good, like black and white in that sense. That's another way that, which she's attempting to talk about, has nothing to do with, or has something to do with morality, but not with sensory processing necessarily. Anyway, let's see what sources she brings up.
It's not just like this abstract characteristic that a lot of autistic folks tend to have, where we're really passionate about justice and things being just. It's actually neurologically explained, or it could be neurologically explained, is what I should say, because the part of our brains that processes sensory information is a really big component to our response to justice and our moral beliefs and things like that. So, are you guys following along with me so far? Does that make sense? I feel like I explained that pretty well. I hope I did, at least, because I've been thinking about this for a long time now, y'all. All week I've been thinking about this.
That's not a long time.
So let's take that and start to break it down into all these other little sub-thoughts that I had from that main thought that I had. And really quick, I want to say that what I'm essentially doing when I take videos like that and I theorize from that video is I'm using abductive reasoning through theoretical synthesis, okay? So basically what I'm doing is I'm taking—
What the fuck is abductive reasoning? It's the form of logical inference that seeks the simplest and most likely conclusion from a set of observations. Okay. So it's like, Occam's razor? Is that what it's called? Funnily enough, Plato's notion of justice relates to proportionality. It would be really funny to explain this from the perspective of some sort of autistic enjoyment of geometry. Is Plato autistic? I have no idea.
The objective information, and I'm forming a plausible explanatory theory by connecting patterns across domains together, which is literally what autistic brains are made for. This is how I think. This is literally how I think. When I watch that video, this is a plausible explanatory theory by objective information, and I'm forming a plausible explanatory theory by connecting patterns across domains together, which is literally what autistic brains are made for. This is how I think. This is literally how I think. When I watch that video, I don't just think about what she's saying. I'm processing what she's saying, and I'm thinking about all these other things that it correlates to and could explain with her information, but you wouldn't be able to find that explanation anywhere else. It's almost like you find those invisible strings that tie things together through pattern recognition, and you start
She's
to
being
see
so
how
cringe right now.
everything is
Holy moly.
correlated with each other and could explain each other. That's basically what I'm doing, is I'm starting to see those invisible strings and follow those strings into those thought patterns and seeing how they all correlate. Does that make sense? So I hope you guys are following along with me. I hope you guys are also people who practice abductive reasoning through theoretical synthesis. You know, fun girly things. Fun girly things. That's it. That's it. Okay. So one thing that stood out to me is when she explained how sensory stimuli, if it is disgusting to process, influences how harshly you're able to judge another person's moral values. It makes me wonder how an autistic person who has sensory sensitivities therefore is impacted by the way that they're judging other people's moral values because of our sensory sensitivities. Let's say an autistic person's brain,
No, that's not how that
the
works.
specific part of it that processes sensory information is more
Stop.
easily activated, is therefore more easily disgusted. Does that translate into an autistic person?
You know what it's called? It's called the
judging other
insular
people
cortex.
more harshly because we are more activated with our sensory disgust. Does that make sense? That also makes
Stop
me
using that
wonder
image.
if our brains are wired to process not just more sensory information, right? But also that sensory information in more detail is another thing. So you're not just seeing more, but with what you see, you hone in on the details of what you're seeing. Not just that, but our brains are also not made to prune that information as much as neurotypical non-autistic brains.
No, you don't prune information. You prune synapses that are unused. Hello, world.
Do, because the whole point of pruning information in our brains is that your brain is getting rid of information it
Not the AI source.
doesn't need. Like, you will literally forget things that you just don't need to know. Like, Bob wore red on Tuesday and he had a stain on his shirt. Like, most people wouldn't need to know that information, but because autistic brains don't prune unneeded information as often, we end up holding on to unneeded information even if we don't use it or want it. So we have two things working against us. How sensitive our bodies and brains are in response to that stimuli, but also the fact that our brains objectively doesn't get rid of information. And so we remember things long after it's happened. And we have a more intense emotional response, or at least a more intense physiological cognitive response to a perceived injustice. And so that makes me think then, autistic people, when we spot injustice, is it almost like how the body spots a potential danger or disease? You know how, like, if there's a foreign...
Okay, that's a good question, but that's true of everybody. That's what that study that the first person, the Dr. M something, the pruning of synapses happens very young, like year 1 to 3. This is true, but it occurs up to year 12 as well.
An organism in your body, you know, whether it's a parasite or a bacteria or an infection, your body is going to send the right cells to that foreign organism in order to fight it off because it doesn't belong there, right? Because it sees it as danger, all that kind of stuff. It makes me wonder if we don't see injustice as just this standalone thing that's unfortunate. It's like our body has a very intense physiological response to it because it activates our brain more. And so therefore, our brain being activated more activates our body biologically to want to fight that thing off.
Our brain being activated more activates our body, so we want to fight the thing more. Or we could, you know, explain things scientifically by using the Google and using the TikTok where actual PhDs are explaining things to us in very simple and easy to understand ways. Because we don't understand anything. We could use our TikToks as sources if we're that behind. And there's some good one out there, apparently. We could explain things with we could call things by their own names.
Because we don't just see it as this, oh, that sucks, that person did something and it wasn't okay. But it's almost like we physiologically feel threatened by it. Like, this person isn't safe. And as you guys can tell, if you haven't already, my thoughts don't really have a conclusion. They don't really have a statement. They're just theories. So I hope that's fulfilling for you to listen to. I'm just going to go from theory to theory to theory. And I'm not saying any of these are true. I don't have objective research to back this up. These are literally just theories
you could,
based off of the information this
Google.
woman shared. And so then this makes me think about how a lot of autistic people have a really hard time letting go of injustice long after it's happened. And this is a very core aspect of the autistic experience, is this feeling of, why can't you just let it go? It just happened that one time. Like, it really isn't a big deal. Like, just get over it. You're really ruminating on this, or you're holding it against them. Like, how many of you guys have experienced that as an autistic person?
No.
You can cognitively understand, okay, this person did me wrong this one time and I could probably let it go. But on a physiological level, or even on an emotional level, you don't feel like you can let it go, because what they did impacted you that intensely. You know what I'm saying? And so you just don't feel safe around them, and you don't feel like you can trust them.
Yeah, I don't think it's a
and
core
that's why I
autistic
think a lot
thing. And I don't think that having a strong sense of morality is a core autistic thing. I mean, it's definitely true for Greta Thunberg. It's not true for me at all. I have no trouble seeing in shades of gray morality.
a lot of autistic folks, we can tend to hold grudges. It's not necessarily that we hate the person, right? It's just, I literally can't bring myself to keep putting myself in situations where I have to trust you, because I know what it felt like to be betrayed by you that one time or a couple times, and I am not willing to let myself go through that again. I mean, think about it. When was the last time you guys got food poisoning, right? I remember when I was little, I got food poisoning after drinking a huge tub of Jamba Juice and eating instant ramen. And so when I was throwing up a lot, I just tasted that instant ramen and that specific flavor of Jamba Juice, which was razzmatazz. And for the longest time after I healed from the food poisoning, I literally couldn't drink Jamba Juice. I couldn't eat ramen for a long time because I associated that feeling of visceral sickness with the taste of Jamba Juice and instant ramen. Take that, right? And apply it to a person who did.
Yeah, what's this Zizek thing? What's it called?
It's something that was morally unjust. And it's the same effect. If someone did something that viscerally elicits a feeling of disgust or whatever feeling that comes with disgust,
I never got food poisoning because I lead a healthy lifestyle. Very good for you, Spike Dot. The morality thing has been researched, and it's become a stereotype from Greta and some media like that. Yeah. But it's also not like, it's not what helps you get the diagnosis, is what I meant. It's not like the sensory issues, for example. Zizek said something like, only someone autistic like Greta Thunberg could so shamelessly speak to people in power about what they're really doing. Yeah. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, I think neurotypicals would be like, oh, these people have power over me. I can't do that. I'm just a little beta cuck. Greta Thunberg is like, no, I have to tell them the truth. The truth speaks through me.
Disgust within you, you're not going to feel safe, or you're not going to want to keep interacting with that person. Like, you're going to want to stay away because on a biological level, your survival instincts kick in at some point, right? Your survival instincts will tell you this person isn't safe to interact with or be around or trust. And I think another aspect of that is when we start to see autistic folks.
We never forget injustice. We just gather more data over time until it feels systematically unavoidable.
Holding grudges that isn't necessarily emotional grudges, but it's more so a very systematic grudge of remembering a specific pattern a person holds and knowing all the ways that this pattern has reoccurred again and again.
Okay, but when neurotypical women are doing this, it's evil and strange.
And again in that person's life or in your guys' life together, because it's hard to get by us without us noticing it, and we will remember even if we don't want to. And so what ends up happening is throughout
This
time,
video is 35
we
minutes
start
long,
to
and I'm gonna wait to see if she actually cites a source.
gather more and more data.
That isn't like AI.
Right? And this is fundamentally different than neurotypical non-autistic people. Is neurotypical non-autistic people generally will let go of situations again and again. They'll keep giving people chances, like, oh, maybe that was just like a one-time thing. Oh, okay, maybe they're having a bad day. They'll forget. And for the most part, they can let go. But at an autistic person, we remember every single time something happens, and it's somewhat correlated to the flavor of injustice we experienced with you that one time, we log that in our brain, even if we don't want to. I think this is ultimately why so many autistic people end up feeling as if, whether it's a job or a friend group or community or family, they end up feeling a sense of not being able to continue surviving within that environment or within that ecosystem any longer, because we start to see how one form of injustice or unjust behavior isn't just a standalone thing. It branches out into other unjust behaviors, which then branches out into how other people adjust to those unjust behaviors, and it impacts other people and their behaviors. And then it becomes a whole thing where unless you are...
Sorry guys, I wasn't paying attention. I was watching the animation. It's funny that remembering slights thing runs completely contradictory to the other video. Exactly. That's what I was saying.
willing to also take part in that environment by adjusting to that unjust behavior yourself, there's no way for you to survive within that environment. And this ties back to one of my theories where we see unjust people or situations as not just a standalone thing, but it's almost like a disease. It comes in and it infects everyone. We are all at some sort of capacity, just micro adjustments to the people around us. And if we can't choose who we're around, we have to micro adjust in order to survive. And if you don't micro adjust, you can't survive in that environment. And that's when you lose a job, you get fired, you quit, you burn bridges and cut certain friends off, cut certain partners off, cut a community off. That's what ultimately leads to it, is when you start to realize that everyone has micro adjusted to this one unjust behavior and has formed an ecosystem that makes it impossible for you to therefore just be yourself without also adjusting to that unjust behavior.
I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. I have no idea what she's talking about. She's saying everybody has adjusted to I'm not saying that word. That made up word. She says that people become accustomed to a certain morally wrong behavior, right? Right? And autistic people are like, ooh, I can't adjust to this because it's morally wrong. Like, I don't know. Everybody's like, littering is okay, so I'm going to litter. And then autistic people are like, no, I can't litter. Littering is wrong. So they end up being in this torture chamber of indecision because they can't decide to litter.
And if you're not willing to do that, if you can't bring yourself to do that, because why would you want to? And it doesn't make sense to you. And why would everyone else be willing to do this? And then the only answer is to sever yourself, cut yourself off from that diseased ecosystem and move on to the next one. And the issue with this is every ecosystem is polluted somehow. It is always polluted somehow, is the problem. And I know for a fact a lot of you can relate to that. Whether you've hopped from job to job, community to community, whatever it is, yes, in the beginning, you may have hopes. Yes, in some ways, a new community or a new job can have environmental factors that suits you a lot more than the previous situation. But as time goes on, you start to see with certain people and certain situations, all of the micro adjustments that takes place because of certain unjust rules, systematic things, or behavioral patterns that you cannot afford to not also adjust to. And then you start to feel trapped. Like, I literally can't exist within society without feeling like I'm constantly needing to make micro adjustments to unjust situations or people. And so it really does start to feel as dramatic as life and living itself is constantly compromising your own moral values. And the only way to not compromise it is to just go off as a hermit and live by yourself and be segregated.
Or you have a job where you get to say what you believe in. This feels like a skill issue, high key. Like, you can't justify yourself to yourself. You can't justify your behavior to yourself, I mean.
From society, which unfortunately a lot of autistic people more or less end up doing, is going off and cutting ourselves off from society because we cannot bring ourselves to make all of these micro adjustments, because it's not just a choice that we're making, but it physiologically and neurologically is impossible for us to do. Like, it's as if you're asking someone to put their hand in a fire and hold it there. Like, you're not going to want to do that. It's going to hurt. Cognitively speaking, it's like, okay, we're dramatic. But then on a physiological level, right? We're talking about our body and the simple feelings of needing to survive versus not surviving and being in danger.
What did Sure Shot send me? Oh. Okay. The World Cup. When are they gonna do something gay? Okay. Todos juntos por el gol de la tranquilidad. Al momento de... ¡Oh! Contra Uzbekistan. Oh. Uzbekistan lost. Damn it.
Like, on a physiological level, it is that serious. It does feel that unsafe. It does feel impossible to therefore compromise and micro adjust because of how unsafe it feels. You know what I'm saying? Wow, I am having a lot of fun, you guys.
Copyright struck? Oh, shit. Aw. I mean, if it helps, I'm not monetized.
I hope you guys are too. These are thoughts I be having on my own, y'all. And I'm happy to bring them on here and have them with you guys. And this also makes me think about the most cynical people that we see and we come across. You know,
Why doesn't she know how to speak English? Are cynical people the way they are because they're sensory sensitive? You would say they have sensory sensitivities, or because they are they have sensory issues. Yeah, they would be possessive. They have sensory sensitivity. They have sensory issues. I can't think of another way to put it.
types of people who they're very judgmental and they're constantly morally judging other people all the time. Like, why would they do that? Or like, that person's gonna fail you. They just are. That's their pattern up until now. So
Haiti losing 0-3 against Brazil right now. I don't expect them to win, but please score a goal or two. Yeah, that would be nice. I bet Brazil is dominant, huh?
to think otherwise would be kind of stupid, you know? I'm sure we've been that person, and I'm sure we've at least come across those people once, twice, or many times in our lives. But would cynical people be more forgiving, be more open, be more understanding if they were more physically and sensorially regulated? And it also makes me think about the people who are most relaxed and they're just very forgiving towards others, like very indifferent, right? Because I think about a lot of autistic folks who also fall on the spectrum of not really caring about what other people are doing, because it's just like, okay, that's them. Like, I'm not going to think about whether I agree with it or not, because that person is not me and doesn't impact me and I don't have to deal with them. So they're just going to do what they're going to do. How many of those types of people tend to be hyposensitive to sensory stimuli? You know what I'm saying? Like, if we're talking...
Of course, you have a Brazilian friend circle that you can speak your silly little language with. Another thing that I want to say is that I kind of see what she's cooking with this one. I have a sibling who has more sensory issues and also more of like these like strict morality type of things than I do. So I mean, it lines up with my experience at least, and I can't say that I can imagine a mechanism for the way that this would work. But I mean, there's something there at least. August says, her way of formatting thoughts is annoying. She's weaving in issues autistic people might have with her quack theories and personal experiences that mostly sound like she's annoying. Yeah, she's always trying to frame herself as like the hero. And it's very obvious.
Talking about sensory information, the correlation between that and the way that we see behaviors and...
Okay, that's the insula, I believe. It's the same image that the doctor used at the beginning.
Beliefs, then it would make sense to me that the most cynical people are the most sensory sensitive.
I have a highly developed sense of taste and smell. Close to godliness, which means clean. We're thieves, Dad. And what we're stealing is, let's face it, garbage.
And the most indifferent people are going to be hyposensitive to sensory stimuli.
Well, throw it on the pile, I guess, and then we'll,
We don't want to throw this in with the garbage. What are you eating?
I don't really know.
I think about all of the hyposensitive autistic people that I've come across in life, and I can't help but to find a pattern with those people that they are indifferent towards other people's decisions. You know what I'm saying? Which is so interesting to me. Like, the hyposensitive autistics that I know are the types to see another person make a morally gray decision, and they're just like, yeah, I could see that. Or like, You know, that doesn't really impact me. They're not like willing to think deeper on it. They're not affected by it or willing to be affected by it. It's just like whatever, unless something bad directly happens to them, like someone hurt their family member or whatever, they're not going to really care that a person hurt another person's family member. Those autistics also tend to have hyposensitivity where, let's say they stub their toe really hard and it breaks a bone in their foot. They're the types to not really have a response to that and be like, ooh, that hurt. Whereas other people would scream and cry. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like there's just something to that. Because I think about cynical people and I also think about how viscerally dysregulated they also seem to be. Like, I can almost visualize a cynical person.
No, I see what she's cooking here, but she could look this up. Please look this up.
Talking, and I could see the tension in their body. I could see how overwhelmed they are and how overstimulated. And for people like that, it makes me wonder, like, if you were to just take them, physiologically regulate them, get them to a state of regulation again, would the way that they process other people be less judgmental and less harsh? You know what I'm saying? And so that branches off into the thought of, is it safe to theorize that cynical people are cynical because they have learned
It looks like she's not going to cite a source. I've been watching this, trying to see if she's going to cite a single source. So far, she's put up screenshots of AI answers to her questions. Like, you know how there's a little AI answer that Google generates at the top of your search results? Yeah. Oh yes, and TikTok. One TikTok.
Sensory needs and their own dysregulation.
Actually, I'm gonna try this. Let's be lazy. Do people with sensory issues have stricter morals? There we go. No thanks. It's a really fascinating question. The short answer is yes. Okay, so there is studies on this. Psychological neurodivergent research, so there is neurodivergent research on this, suggests that people with heightened sensory processing, such as autistic individuals or highly sensitive people, often demonstrate what looks like rigid, deeply internalized moral code. Okay, people with sensory processing sensitivity process all kind of highly sensitive people. Okay, the areas of the brain associated with empathy and gut feelings, like the anterior insula. Insula, by the way, this is the front area of the anatomical region that we were talking about, the insular cortex. The insula, the insular cortex, that's the same thing. Light up more intensely than average. Because they feel the emotional pain or unfairness of a situation accurately, develop a profound justice and sensitivity. See, this is all you need to do. This is all you need to do if you want to stop talking out of your ass.
Regulation. And so because they allow themselves to go through life chronically dysregulated and overstimulated, it distorts their views of other people all the time in order to judge them more harshly because of how dysregulated they are. You know what I'm saying? And so it makes me think people who are hard on other people are honestly just hard on other people because they're hard on themselves and ignore themselves. And so in order to love other people, you have to take care of yourself and love yourself first. Ignoring yourself, not taking care of yourself is going to change who you are as a person because it's going to change your perspective of the world and the people around you, and therefore your own view of yourself in correlation to that. You cannot take care of your mind and your mental health without also taking care of your body. You just can't.
Okay.
We are not afforded that. If your behaviors and beliefs are impacted by sensory information, that means that continuing on being dysregulated for the rest of your life will make your behaviors unhealthy and your beliefs unhealthy. But it also could mean that if you are actually allowing yourself to regulate and stim and take part in sensory joys, that can also change your beliefs and behaviors in positive ways. I think that's the upside to this, right? What would it look like as an autistic person to allow yourself to regulate through sensory sensitivities and to allow yourself to take part in rituals and experiences that bring sensory joy? How much of your behaviors and beliefs will start to be impacted? Also can theorize that this person doesn't know how to have boundaries.
This is interesting. Ignoring your sensory sensitivities makes it hard to know your own morality and beliefs. Therefore your values. I mean, I'm somebody who doesn't think that, wait, what were Gemini's sources? I looked it up, and it cited her videos? What? Really? I don't think it cited her videos. The site's Wikipedia and ADDitude, then The Haven, HSP's owner guide. The Haven again here. Elevation Autism Center, Grateful Care ABA and Elevation Autism Center, PMC NIH. Yeah, nothing cites her, nothing cites her videos in my answers.
People. This person doesn't know how to distinguish whether they like a person or dislike a person, or whether someone is someone they want to have in their life or not have in their life.
Also,
right?
as I was saying, I don't think that we have values that are consistent and like not context dependent. That's just not a thing.
And that's a huge thing I see a lot of autistic adults struggle with, is a sense of not knowing how to make the right decisions for themselves, because ultimately they disconnected long ago from their own body's responses to what their brain is processing. They've severed that connection. And so if you've severed that connection, you can't make good decisions because you're not getting the correct signals. And I think the whole point of living a more sustainable life to your neurodivergence, to your autism, isn't to ignore.
To live a more sustainable life to your neurodivergence and your autism.
Ignore those sensitivities, isn't to always act on it. Like, let's say we theoretically are more easily disgusted by people than an average person. So if you walk into a room, you're not just going to be disgusted by that one person. You're going to be disgusted by a bunch of different people for a different plethora of reasons. You could be disgusted by someone for knocking a kid over and laughing at them, and you could be disgusted by a person who cheated on a test. Instead of just thinking it as someone's either perfect or they're morally gray. Think of it as there's a spectrum of behaviors that will disgust me on different levels. And at what level am I willing to kind of let it slide? And at what level do I draw the line and draw boundaries with those types of people? People who actively harm others, who don't feel empathy when they harm others. Those are people I don't want to excuse or be okay with or adjust to. People who cheat on tests. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily do those things, but also like, I don't think that's necessarily harmful to anyone. So, these are people that I could still somewhat coexist with. Sometimes it's just a matter of building a system that works for you and how you process, rather than throwing away how you process and how you're affected by your processing completely into the trash can for the sake of trying to fit in to how other people process.
I don't have a problem with these points in general. Like this just sounds like basic mindfulness, which is good.
And how they're not really impacted by the way that they're processing. Does that make sense? Like, the key isn't to dull yourself down to a point where you're reacting to the stimuli the same as other people. The point is to allow yourself to be sensitive, to have those reactions, to process that much information, and to build systems that actually allows you to synthesize that amount of information in an ethical, in a sustainable, and in a productive way. And that's the thing, is I can reflect on different parts of my life, and I know that there's certain times where, because I was so overstimulated, I also was the most cynical I was in my life. But I also think about where I am in life now and how, generally speaking, I am.
Being overstimulated just makes me like irritable and angry, and that's how I think it generally is for most people.
Physiologically and somatically regulated on a day-to-day basis. And I think a result of that as well is I'm a lot more open and understanding to people, and I'm less judgmental, right? But I think what is interesting as well is that I'm still not exempt from the physiological responses that I have from my brain responding to sensory stimuli or unjust situations that contradicts my own moral beliefs. So at this point in my life, if I come across someone that I morally don't agree with, they do something that I don't agree with, they live life in a way that I don't agree with, they do something that I don't agree with, I can understand cognitively why they did that, how they got there, and I could detach enough in terms of not passing judgment on whether or not they're a good or bad person. But on a physiological level, I'm still just as impacted by witnessing their contradicting moral beliefs to my own. Like, I am still dysregulated. I will still carry that with me long after it happens. And that's just how my brain works. Like, that's just how I am. And so the key is to have the tools I need to make peace with the cognitive part of it. Like, this person's not in my control.
Okay. What did we learn? No sources. Also, no credentials. If she had any, she would probably bring them up by now. We've watched almost 2 full videos, and she's brought up nothing. This is just... Okay, how to break the neurodivergent burnout ADHD workbook for building life systems. But... Oh. It's not good. Let's read some comments. I think another factor is that autistics tend to be victims of justice. I know in my life I've been treated repeatedly unfair. Perhaps. I can confirm the physiological need to isolate because of injustice from my experience. I don't know what this means. I can handle people being emotionally irrational. I cannot stand it when they're logically irrational. I also don't know what this means. This makes so much sense. This is why I'm still mad at some people for emotionally immature behaviors they refuse to work on and change into this day will not speak to them. This sounds like something anybody would be upset at. I think this is also why I can be so hard on myself. I internally cringe when somebody acts like they are self-important / take things too seriously. So when I find myself acting this way, I feel genuine disgust towards myself as well. This feeling can easily lead me down a self-deprecating route that I actively have to pull myself out of. It makes sense why it can feel so difficult to come out of this. The lack of regulation started the ball rolling, and the lack of accountability keeps it going. This video satisfies my need for logical explanations for everything? Okay. About 6 months ago, I had one of the worst days of my entire life. After feeling deeply betrayed by the person I've been friends with nearly the entire life, the anger ruminating is so real. I haven't texted with them back since then. Well, sounds like normal behavior. It felt like my person was disregarded, and considering talking to them again makes me feel that same anger I felt right after the betrayal. Definitely felt that, hey, it was just one thing, why can't... None of these people are bringing up the sensory things, which is truly the, like, autistic thing. The people... I've noticed this in autistic people and also myself. I say that because I don't have a diagnosis and don't feel comfortable declaring I'm autistic before I possibly do. Yeah. It's because, a lot of these things are, too overly general. Seeing injustices on TV / online physically hurts me and enrages me. That's not normal. When someone says / does something where I feel betrayed, uncomfortable with anger, spirals into confusion and stress, I feel an unexplainable, deep, urgent need to stay away from them and cannot ever let it go. I was younger and ignored my needs. I gave people many undeserved chances. Now it takes 1 or 2 negative interactions to reach the breaking point. Okay. Anyway, I think from here we're going to transition into the drawing segment. I just have to run to the bathroom. So I'll be gone for a second, and then if you want to stick around, I will appreciate that. Goodbye. Where am I supposed to look? I don't see the funny meme. Also, today we're going to be drawing Okay, we're gonna be drawing a character of mine that's pretty old, but I'm gonna give him a new look. I'm going for a knight/jester hybrid. I want to show you guys the concept works that I made real quick. I just have to download, send them to myself and download them, and then I can add them into this subview panel right here, where I can import drawings and then look at them as I'm drawing myself. Where's my sketchbook? Link. Discord, 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 Discord. Discord, Discord, Discord. Tomorrow the GSL is going to stream again. I'm excited. Who's excited for the next GSL stream? Oh, also, I was thinking of joining voice chat in the Pussy Parlor. So anybody who was interested in joining me earlier can do so now. And now I can import it. 2026 Milton concept. There we go. Ta-da! Yeah, here's the concept I drew today. Come here. Yes. There we go. So this is sort of a thing that I found online, like a big old like vest jacket thing. And then the idea was that I would give him some thing leggings. Hi Spike Dot, I couldn't find your meme, so you should tell me where to find it. I'm going to be drawing more concepts of this character. His name's Milton, and he's a paladin and like a theater person. Has anybody joined voice chat? Nope. Okay. No call-ins, perhaps. It's in general, you blind goat. Well, I don't see any memes in general. It's just a picture of me. I shall purge the taint of corruption from this kingdom, the devious dark wizards and their secret machination. I don't get this. Do the paladins have patrons? I forget. Not here. Here they're like the, in my story, they're like the top knights. But, or like the heads of their departments, of which only one is the army. So you can technically be a paladin and not know how to fight at all. But most of them do because of shonen logic. Or like video game logic. Okay. So what I'm still I want him to have like some silly costume elements, but also some armor to convey his status as a knight. All of the paladins should have like a little bit of armor on, I think. So I like this breastplate thing. The sun is indicative of the like the person that he's working for. Why is he so thin? That's just his body type. He's like tree shaped. The idea is that he has really big hair and really small and a really small frame. So he looks like he's a tree. It's to contrast his like physical magic that makes him stronger. Although actually I was thinking of bringing his of giving him time powers so he's able to like accelerate himself and hit harder despite not being very strong. So here's the plate. Should go like this, I think. A little wider. And then we flip the canvas. Oh boy, there are already corrections to make. Wow. I'm really worried about this weekend. I have to go back and see my family for Father's Day. And I still haven't really like resolved my fight with 2 out of 4 of them. I'm kind of cooked. Heels would be more elegant, I think. Even though I'm not sure how I feel about these these flats that I gave him. They contribute to the full look. Yeah, the other idea is that he's like a sort of fool figure for the Grandmaster. He's taken less seriously, but he's also the only one that can criticize him openly and make fun of him. Yeah, I don't really want him to have boots that high. Because I want like a silly pattern over here. Maybe a cape. A little cape, and then the capes can have the diamond patterns. And then striped pattern on the pants. How does that look? A little weird. We might need some silly armor. I could give him like knee pads that have like a silly face on them. That could be fun and practical. This is awesome. This one's gonna have its tongue out. Yes. Now this is peak character design. His hair should be bigger. I also want to give him bells. Maybe should the bells be earrings or should they be on his hairband? Originally I put them up here. But maybe they should be earrings. That could be cute. Let's move this nose a bit. Something like that. No, 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 no. It shouldn't be bending backwards like that. This is, but this is stupid. I'm just trying to make his face symmetrical, roughly. And give him a bigger chin. Freckles, of course. A smile, because he's silly. Mm. Slightly larger frame. I shall send you artists on PV to fuel your herbivore mind and practice. Okay. What's PV? Do I accept this? I don't really know what I'm getting into. Oh, private chat. Yeah, you can DM me. 2. There we go. Works. I could also give him big gloves or big sleeves. I'm not sure which I want. Formerly what he had is I had like a big sleeve, like a thing out here. And this was the rest of this, the sleeve of this top part. It's down here. And then there's an inner shirt that goes like this. I'm not especially feeling it, but I might keep it. Might keep something similar at least. Something to give his arms a little bit more weight. I make the sleeves longer. Okay, let's see these artists. Ever since I was banned from Twitter, I had to find the artists I used to follow by memory. I've recovered 0.1% thus far. Okay. This one has a YouTube. Okay, I will check these out later. Just like I need to check out Sunday's request from me later and respond to it properly. Give it to the Paulettes. Why not? hold on. Store it in the container. Me and some other people are planning a IRL meetup to draw art fight attacks. Brazil has scored 3 goals plus 2 moral ones. What's a moral goal? I want to give him a silly helmet too. It's a goal that breaks some kind of rule so it counts to boost morale. Oh! I didn't even hate he had a club, given the political unrest in their country. Yeah. Me neither. I have a Congolese friend, not a friend, a lab mate, who says that he roots for the French team because all the French players are just Congolese. I wonder if it's not, well, it's not a similar case with Haiti, but it could have been, I imagine. It's actually a very predatory practice by football agencies, I believe it, yeah. Separating people from their countries. You know other artists, I assume? Yes. My high school friends, a lot of them are artists. But the people that I'm going to do the IRL group with, they just happen to be other people who live near me. I've never actually met them or talked to them very much. But it's going to be a large gathering where nobody knows each other, presumably. So it'll be pretty chill. Is he even human? Is he gay? He's half elf. And all of my characters are bisexual, probably. Fair enough. Thank you for sticking around, Spike Dot. And thank you to everybody else who has stuck around this far. I must first listen to my inner circle explain to me why Brazil putting their main player inside a power armor suit would benefit them in the grand finale. I think I would, right? Right? Yeah, good night, Spike Dot. Hey world. Yes, I'm doing another character. A reference for Art Fight. This is a pretty crazy thing to freehand, but it's happening. What's a malvet? What is malvet? Ah, okay, yeah. I see. Yeah, I thought about him as I was drawing this character, because I don't really draw knights often. This guy's probably a lot sillier than Malvin is. Is this my first knight character? Probably not, no. I'm just, like, lazy about drawing armor. That's the only thing. So I've had knights that I just don't draw in their armor. But I've decided to conquer my fear today. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm just playing the ZZZ soundtrack because I know it's gonna be copyright free. I should draw Jane Doe. Yeah, I should. I've never drawn her before, actually. But I really like, the ship of her with Seth. Next to you. What's a McFarlane's cape? Is it like the one that Spawn has? Hello, Saturnists. I do requests, but you have to donate. Any amount. Also, you're ever gonna get a text bot? Yes. I'm supposed to have one already, and it's supposed to be sending the links that I have pinned. Yeah, I didn't want to give Milton a really big... No, I was talking to the other person, Whirl. I know you're poor. Yeah, I didn't want to give Milton a really big cape because it would get his it would mess up his silhouette. What? What do you want, kitty? Little kitty. She's like, get off stream, Richard. We must play. Come here, kitty. Sit in my lap. No, she runs away. Alas. I don't like this bell headband. I'm gonna scrap the idea. these are curls. Murder Drones is still dead as we speak. Yeah, that makes sense. I think I saw some people making like Murder Drones OCs in Art Fight in the Discord server. They were like, yeah, Murder Drones. I have not drawn Murder Drones. I think the character designs look like Roblox, so I'm not really a fan. I draw with a mouse? No, I draw with a stylus on a touchscreen laptop. Has Star drawn any of your characters? Starscream drew my old man once. That was pretty cool. Starscream should draw my main character. That would be so cute. I haven't asked her if she's doing art fight, actually. Have you asked her? I saw it on her Instagram next to mine. What do you mean? No art fight or Starscream. That's so sad. What do you mean by a team up? What's Art Fight? Oh, hey Sunday. Art Fight is this game where you upload characters to a portal, the Art Fight portal, and then there's 2 teams. This year there's 3 teams. It's a special gimmick. And people draw each other's characters from opposite teams. And you score points depending on how complex your drawing is. So if it's colored, for example, you get more points, and if it's if you draw a background instead of just character floating in space, you get extra points, and so on. And then at the end of the month, this happens every July. It's been happening since 2016, I think. 'Cause I started doing Art Fight in 2017, and I'm pretty sure there was 1 year before that. Yeah. So you guys aren't gonna see me very much in... yeah, anybody can join Art Fight. Do you have any OCs presents Sunday? Oh, OC stands for original character. I think President Business would have a better time running for president than President Sunday. That's gonna be awesome, Sunday. You should look at the 3 teams. We have, they're like theater themed, the teams this year. So it's Team Comedy, Team Tragedy, and Team Mystery. I'm gonna be on Team Mystery. Fuck. Oh yes, of course you can call in. I'll be in my server. Actually, no. Yeah. You can call me or we can go to your server. Either way works. Or sorry, to my server. Okay. Now we have to stall for 5 minutes while the Sunday gets ready. Can I join Sunday's server that you speak of? Yeah, that would be the Cathedral or the GSL. I'll invite you to the GSL. I'm not sure if you'll love it there, because it's sort of theory heavy. Oh wait, actually, hold on. The servers are all 18 plus. We should make room for art stuff in the GSL. We have the art cove, the artist's cove. Yeah. When's your birthday, Whirl? Oh, March 30th. Oh hey, my birthday's March 28th. We're almost twins. You know who else is our birthday twin? Almost birthday twin? Ramatra Overwatch. His birthday is March 29. Okay. Actually, I want to change this shirt to the right one. Hello, hello. How are you?
Good, how are you? What was that music you were playing, by the way?
It's the Zenless and Zero soundtrack.
Nice.
I
That's
use
the
it
one.
because I know that it's not gonna get me in any copyright trouble.
Sweet.
Yeah. I don't play a lot of games, so I don't know a lot of soundtracks. It is what it is.
That's fair. You can always steal from mine.
True.
Okay, walk me through this. So what is this exactly?
Okay.
Is that what you're drawing right now for, or?
Yeah, I'm making character references.
Hmm.
So people are gonna, like, look at my reference sheets and then try to draw my character as accurately as possible.
Interesting. How many, so do you need to have, like, a bunch of these things already pre-prepared?
Yeah, sort of. It's gonna start in, July 1st.
Cool. Well, that's a little bit of time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the thing is only thing is you're not allowed to make attacks, which are, drawing other people. Drawing other people's characters is called attacks. You're not allowed to do that before July 1st.
Interesting. Okay, so how does this work exactly? So you join a team.
Yes. You can do it
Okay.
right now if you make an account.
Alright, let's take a look here. So, Artfight.
Mm-hmm, .net.
Artfight.net. Join a team now. Okay. Alright, how do I create an account here? Register, there we go.
Sorry, I'm making fun of my cat.
That is okay.
She came on with me on stream a little bit today. Sat in my lap for a minute or two.
I almost had a heart attack. I saw a Destiny debate where they're all holding up books, and I thought it looked like evil pudgy Brooks for a second.
Oh.
Show you what I mean.
Yeah. Let me put my Discord on my other monitor. For a second, thought you were drawing Fred from Scooby-Doo. No, I was not. Oh god.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. It does
Also,
look
what
like...
on earth is going on with Destiny's face? Look at that. What is happening there? He's like, looks like an...
He looks very rectangular here. Or like he ate
Yeah, he's
some
almost
leaves.
his jaw is in the perfect position where he's almost like got like a Chad pirate thing going on lately. It'll all disappear in a millisecond, but for that brief second. All right.
I forgot how old he's supposed to be.
For your character.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I am in. Join a team.
Yeah.
Your team mystery. I think I'm gonna do team mystery.
Mm-hmm. We need more people on this team because it's the smallest so far. Is it still the smallest? It should say how many people there are in each.
Looks like there are 152,000 users.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like it's kind of tied. They're all at 33. So it's kind of equal right now.
Okay. That's a good sign.
Some of these are animated. What the hell? That's cheating.
People's profile pictures?
Yeah. Some of these...
Yeah.
You know what one of the things I've started to appreciate a lot lately is like crude, less sophisticated drawing styles that are done with a level of finesse where it just works anyways.
Mm-hmm. That's what I try to go for with my refs. Because I'm too lazy to, like, not freehand them.
But also, like, scuffed is a kind of style too, like it works.
Yeah.
Some of these are really good.
Definitely.
What
are you looking at now?
I'm looking at octopi on a cactus. I love this. Can I show you?
Yeah.
It's called Supply Octopi.
Oh my goodness.
That is amazing. That is amazing. Okay, so it's that. They don't have to be humanoid characters.
Yeah,
they don't have to be humanoid characters.
You can do squiddles.
Ah. Okay.
Okay, here's the art that Sunday sent to chat.
Supply octopi.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure why they're on a cactus. That looks painful for them.
Yeah. That's why I said, oh my goodness, at first. Oh, August is back. President Sunday!
Some of these are really good, though.
Yeah.
Some of these are really good. Some of them are a little bit basic, even if they're well executed. Mm-hmm. Some of them are really good, though.
Yeah, what else do you like?
This oboe. This one's pretty neat. I like this one. This is very, shit, what's it called? This is very Osmosis Jones coded.
What is that?
What is Osmosis Jones?
Yeah.
Were you, like, raised Amish or something?
No. I was raised Russian.
Unbelievable. Okay, Osmosis Jones is a really good cartoon from the early 2000s.
Let me Google this.
It's one of Lawrence Fishburne's more understated roles, but he's really good in it.
Mm-hmm. This has 55% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah, I don't listen to that.
On 63. Oh, wait, I've seen this, yeah.
Yeah, you've seen this.
Mm-hmm. The blue guy.
The blue guy sucks. Everybody else is really good.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're thinking of, this Thrax character?
Yeah.
Yeah. I see it. Why is he holding him like that?
Because he has a, so his left hand has a spike on it.
Uh-huh.
So he's tried to stab him, but Osmosis Jones split himself, so he just went straight through.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So it's not he doesn't have a normal hand that he's like holding on his chest.
Yeah, exactly. There, don't play this. It's copyrighted, but it's actually some really good animation.
Yeah, I played a an Instagram Reels thing earlier. SureShot sent me a clip of whatchamacallit him, Uzbekistan losing in the World Cup. So I might have to take the stream down anyway. I'm gonna go check how old he is. Oh wait, he's on page 1. $116. You guys going to VC after? Perhaps another time? Yeah. I might sleep soon. I'm not sure. It depends on how tired I feel. I went to sleep at 6 a.m. last night. Sunday, did you notice the knee pads that I drew?
Oh my god. So is the aim to make it like as maximally complex as possible to make it impossible to like copy, or?
Oh, no. Hopefully it's not too difficult to draw. Because you want people to draw your characters. And if they're too complex, then people will be like, no, that's too complex, I don't want to do that.
I think I need to do a Duck Nana with a gun.
Oh, yes.
Well, I'm taking a couple of days off stream, so I might spend some time doing that.
Huh?
I'm taking a couple days off stream, so I might spend some time doing that tomorrow.
Oh yeah, that'd be fun.
You can rate them afterwards.
Sure.
No up Osmosis Jones clips right now. I'm apparently mentally 15 years old. Alright. Okay, cool. So I'm signed up.
Yay. What's your username? I'll follow you.
This is President Sunday.
Okay. Nobody took that one.
Attacks, defenses, characters, I see.
Yeah, defenses are as people's drawings of your characters.
So attacks are when I draw somebody else's character.
Mm-hmm.
Defense is when they draw mine.
Yes.
And how does the scoring like work out?
The scoring works. You'll see it when you upload your first attack. It's pretty straightforward.
Okay.
One thing though is you get fewer points for attacking your members of your own team.
I see.
Yeah, you used to not get any points, but people would still do it because it's fun to attack each other, and most people don't really care about the like the winning / losing.
What happens, who wins, and what do they get if they win?
You get nothing if you win.
What?
Yeah. You actually get, you get to use the winner's, sticker on your profile.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, this is cool. When did this start? Who started this? Started in 2015. It's been going for a while.
Yeah, it has. I started at 7:30. Oh wow, I guess that's 4.5 hours. I'm surprised people are still around. Much fewer people, definitely. But it's been around 10 for a long time.
It's pretty good. People like art content generally. There's a lot of people who are like into that. What was the thing you were covering earlier?
Oh, it was
Like female social dynamics genuinely terrify me as an autistic woman.
Yes. It was really bad. This woman is like a little bit crazy. And then we watched her video where she was talking about, let me think, what was it called? Her theories of like morality and autistic people, autistic brains. I think it was she called it the neuroscience of autistic morality. And she cited 0 sources except for one TikTok and a couple of like AI answers from Google searches. It was terrible.
That sounds terrible.
Yeah, and the worst part is that in the beginning, she starts the video off with a TikToker who's like a PhD who's explaining how morality and moral disgust and like physiological disgust are processed in the same region of the brain, the insular cortex. And instead of like using those types of TikToks that actually explain things, like real things in the world, she just makes stuff up, talks out of her ass. She doesn't mention the insula a single time, despite it being like the most relevant.
How incredibly typical.
Yeah. She should know what it is now that she's watched that TikTok. And she also refers to, quote, the part of the brain that processes sensory information, when that's like most of the brain is various parts that process different types of sensory information. There are so many parts of the brain that process sensory information, not a single part.
Yeah. Yeah. That is weird. That is very weird. You know what I learned today?
What did you learn?
The hardcover of House of Leaves has a Smith-sewn binding.
What's that?
That means that each signature is sewn individually and then sewn together. It is very well made.
Ah.
Yep. I am very, very excited.
I thought you had a physical copy already.
I do, but it's a paperback, and the paperback is glued.
Hmm.
Although, I think that House of Leaves works better as a mangled, janky book that's been well-worn, personally. It kind of fits that vibe more. It's kind of wrong when it's pristine. It's one of those weird cases. By the way, are you going to be down for that book club idea?
What book club idea?
The House of Leaves book club idea.
Oh, yes. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much I'll like House of Leaves. Because it's very much a commitment, right?
No, not really. The way I want to run it is actually, I want to run it differently than most book clubs. So the goal here is not like, oh, we have a reading goal and we read that and then we discuss what we read. I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
What I want to do is like, people go through it however they go through it and wherever they are. And what you bring to the table is not, oh, well, I read this part and this is what I thought. What you bring to the table is whatever like interesting stuff you happened upon as a result of reading it, or as a result of reading something or looking into something that you learned while reading it, or whatever. And basically taking the House of Leaves approach to House of Leaves. So it's not just like a reading group. And people can do that if they want. That's absolutely something that they're allowed to do. They're allowed to discuss like stuff that happens in the book narratively. But also, like, if Imran goes on like a Rilke bender because he's like, ooh, I want to check out this like poet guy he keeps mentioning, that's totally fine too. And stuff like that. And the idea is it's sort of like with the theme of the GSL is just generally being like a theory hub or a philosophy hub or whatever. And I think, by the way, like I think we should make space for people to do like creative stuff like art and whatnot in there. But like sort of pursuant to that, that's sort of a more like kind of loosey-goosey and accessible like thing that we can do. It's just a thought. I think it'll be fun. But it also, it's by design not supposed to be a hard commitment for people. It should be like, yeah, it should be like, you obviously don't have to like talk during any of these if you don't feel like it, but like if you do, it's because there's something pertaining to this that you found fun. It's not because like you caught up with this particular set of pages and you have, you know, a small thesis about it. So, yeah. I'll get you a copy if you'll do it.
Oh. That would be helpful.
Need to get one for Ambrose also.
Is Ambrose going to join the book club if it happens? Or just you want to discuss it?
I'm pretty certain he would. I'd be very surprised if he didn't. I do know he wants to do Play-Doh stuff soon. Which I'm sure Imran will be very happy about. Yeah. You know, he likes working with his hands, right? So he likes to like make models and whatnot. So I think he's gonna really enjoy a Play-Doh stream.
Oh, like P-L-A-W? Sorry, P-L-A-Y?
Play-Doh.
Play-Doh.
That'd be with a U, wouldn't it?
I said W by accident.
You did. No, he's been going through dialogues by Plato lately. He's been wanting to talk about it, which should dovetails with a lot of stuff we've been covering too.
How so?
Well, I mean, certainly with respect to like the Latour stuff I've been doing. And I know that Imran's been getting into Plato again as well. Keeps bringing up Theotatus, I don't know if you've noticed. But yeah,
I think Imran brings up a lot of people.
Imran does bring up a lot of people. This is a thing Imran does.
Yes.
We just have to smile and nod sometimes.
Most of the time. If you're me.
Well, I have a reputation to uphold, so for me it's just sometimes officially, okay?
Sometimes you have to frown and nod.
Exactly.
Suki Bananas, Ban Sasa, sorry. This is, me as an Eliotrope. An Eliotrope is a race from, Wakfu, the game/show.
Interesting.
Yeah, I just binged season 4, last night, so that's what inspired this. It's pretty cool. They're funding their, they're funding the beginnings of their seasons with Kickstarters. And that's to prove that there's enough, like, community interest to the, France television, the network.
Well, it's also like once they've made it, like that is a thing that you can then just keep on selling forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Forever and ever.
And they've been managing to keep it funded so far.
Yeah.
That's cool. I hate that all this stuff people only thought to do it recently. Like, there are a whole lot of things now that are being sort of rebooted way too late. Like, they're doing a new Firefly show.
Uh-huh.
And Firefly is now so old that, like, people have been born and grown into adults in between Firefly ending and now. So it's like, okay. Like, the cast is old now. Don't do that. Do something new. But
This is why I want to see the Devil Wears Prada 2. Because I like the original movie, but... And, like, I trust the actors, but I have no idea what they're gonna do with the second movie. Like, nobody was asking for it, literally.
yeah. When did the first one come out? It's like exactly 20 years ago.
A while ago.
Yeah, exactly 20 years ago.
Like, the same date and everything?
No, I mean, The Devil Wears Prada literally came out in 2006.
Okay, yeah.
2006. June. Shit, when does The Devil Wears Prada 2 come out?
It already came out, I think. It might already not be in theaters.
It was May. Okay, it was 1 month off. Yeah, it's probably out of theaters now.
Maybe it's on HBO Max. Yeah, they also released the entire show on YouTube. So when season 5 comes out, instead of being, like, restricted to just France, it's gonna be out for everybody else on YouTube. And I have premium, which means no ads.
Can you imagine, because YouTube didn't originally have ads. When it first started out, there weren't ads per se. Yeah, there weren't actually ads before videos. That was like, when did YouTube... It was a big deal when they started doing it. When did YouTube start showing ads? That was 2007.
How did they make money before they started showing ads?
Probably the same way every other website does, just clicks and whatnot. They probably had like ads on the side, but they didn't have like pre-show ads. They didn't have, like, yeah, they didn't have ads in the video itself, right? Pre-roll ads are 2008, and yeah. So like for their first like 2-3 years, they didn't have ads on their on the actual videos themselves. They just had like ads, like they had like little. I think they had those little tiles that are in the video, but they didn't have like commercials that ran before your video started. Yeah, but can you imagine doing like reacts and whatnot when you have copyrighted ads to wait through every single time? It's awful. That I remember like my YouTube channel first. I had to do that initially when I started. It was ridiculous.
Yeah. There's another YouTube streamer I used to watch before his channel got banned, and everybody would yell at him to get an ad blocker, but he just refused.
What's this?
Called Blackish.
Blackish?
Yes. He made one video about Has-Been Hotel and popped off.
Was he big?
Made it. He got to like 50k subscribers, I think.
Okay.
Maybe higher.
There's a channel called Reuploadish. Oh,
Yes.
he still interesting.
Yeah. Those are his old videos.
Okay. This is not that successful. Interesting.
Yeah, Reuploadish isn't doing very well.
No. What was he banned for?
He made a video about Anthony Grimuglia where he made like airplanes fly into his face. And then that was one of the moments that YouTube highlighted for like harassment.
Really?
Yeah.
Of all the shit that's happened, really, that's the okay. that's the line. Noted. Good to know.
When I saw the thumbnail of the video, I was like, okay, yeah, it makes sense that you got banned. Because it was like Anthony Grimuglia ball gagged and with the Israeli flag behind him. But the actual content of the video was
the ball
nowhere
gagging
that
would do
spicy.
it. That would do it. Yeah.
I don't like the ball gag.
That's a decision.
Anyway, now he doesn't have a channel and he just shows up on live streams on his friend's channel. I don't watch his friend though. I despise him because he's says like faggot every couple of tens of minutes.
Lovely. Wonderful.
Yeah, so now it's over.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to judge your hatred of French bread, but I'm not going to say I don't understand it. What's your plan for this channel going forward? Because you had a couple of good stuff recently. You've actually sorted your audio out.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brooks never helped me with that way, but I take that personally.
Maybe yours was never bad enough for Brooks to be like, I must fix. I should get Rud to help me with my Discord audio, maybe. Because Rud sounds wonderful.
Who's Rud?
From the QC. He's the guy with the thanking emoji profile picture.
Your second story video is doing okay.
Yeah. What's that now?
I think you know. It's at 7,000.
Okay, yeah. It's stabilized.
That's
there.
pretty good. Yeah, for a channel that's at 261 subscribers, that's actually really good. That's a sign you should do more of that stuff.
Yeah, I have a video on self-diagnosis. I sent the script to ask for feedback, but nobody has given me any yet, so
Have you sent it
paused.
to me?
I have not. I can send it to you. It's pretty. It's not that
I'd be
long.
happy to review it. I'm taking a couple days off, so I'll have time to do that.
Okay, cool. Let me see. Is it on
Rudd just DM'd me on Discord.
Really?
Yeah.
What'd he say?
Hi, I would be happy to help you with your audio.
Wait, he's watching this? That's crazy.
Apparently.
Hello, Rudd. Documents. Shoot, where did I upload this?
Even though most people listen to your stream on phone, so they can't hear many audio crimes. Why would them listening on phone mean they can't hear my audio crimes? What does that mean? Does YouTube, like, fix it?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I'm trying to make sense of that statement. I appreciate it.
Okay, I'm looking for... No, I'll just, export a second copy, I think. I do everything on Scrivener.
Oh, what's his name? Did Crimes New Roman delete his comment?
Did he?
I don't see it. Oh, no, here it is. Never mind. I was all excited.
Okay.
It's like, ooh, what's this, a scandal?
Oh, I found it. Documents. Streamer bar. Oh, it's in hobbies.
Apparently most phones have very little bass frequencies. Interesting. That is interesting. That's good to know. Huh. Man, this script is garbage, Richard. Actually embarrassing for you.
Wait, what happened?
Oh, it's just terrible. This is one of the worst things I've ever seen.
Damn.
You should quit YouTube immediately. Your last sentence doesn't even have a period. Do you know that?
So there's no true essence.
The utter disrespect to the viewer.
Wait, is it because I didn't finish it or because it got cut off? No, it got cut off.
That's funny.
Ah.
You know what the punchline is? This is what he says in the first paragraph. As always, please watch to the end before commenting. It's only decent. And the son of a bitch, he doesn't even... There is no end.
Okay, this
Lies.
it only cut off
Lies upon lies.
The last sentence. How did you read it so fast?
I am President Sunday, sir. This is what I do. I like it.
Yeah, I feel like there's parts that I can expand on, but I'm not sure what isn't clear. Or I could leave it like this.
You know what you need?
Hmm?
You know what this needs? You're putting all this work in.
Yes.
Do something to catch the viewer's eye a little bit. Do something funny.
Oh?
Yeah. You need some room for some type of visual or some type of like slapstick humor or something like that. Something to make it like stick in the memory of the person watching it, because the people who stick around for your stuff are going to be people who are paying attention to your thoughts. The people who don't know you exist are going to be looking for something, you know,
Something to remember
else.
me for?
No, they're going to be looking for something else entirely, and you need to distract them. So, just something weird. Something that stands out.
Okay.
One of the, this is at the level of the thumbnail, so it's not exactly commensurate, but it's sort of the type of thing I'm talking about. One of Philosophy Tube's best thumbnails ever was on transphobia. And the thumbnail was her with a plate on a table, just filling it with a giant pyramid of mayonnaise.
Oh god.
And it's viscerally disgusting. You have transphobia on the title. You have these two things juxtaposed against each other. It's attractive in its repulsiveness. You need to figure out what the fuck is going on there. That is excellent, and it's...
Let me find this.
And that's the thing that she does, like, in the middle of it. She just starts filling a plate with mayonnaise. Just do something like that. Not like that specifically, but something like that. Like, have some kind of weird skit in the middle. You don't even need to show your face.
this
You
is
have your
beautiful.
avatar. Yeah. It's brilliant. It's the worst thing in the world, and it's brilliant. Also, she puts her channel name in her thumbnail.
Does she?
She does.
Oh, she puts it in the
video's
title.
Sorry, in the title. She puts it Transphobia and Analysis Philosophy Tube. That's interesting. Why would you do that?
I have not really
It
sure.
can't be. That can't be adding to like the searchability if your channel name's on there already. Yeah. All right. I am going to go tend to my muskets, so I shall talk to you later.
Yeah, I'm gonna end stream, I think, as well. Yes. Good to see you. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me. Cheerio.
See you. Okay. Thank you everyone for watching. I end stream here. I know it was a mess, but it's fine. Everything is fine. See you all.